What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. It's been a very good Thursday. Hello, friend. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thanks, Nikos. Chaotic, welcome back. 20% more. Yeah, 20% more at all gem levels is crazy. It's like having a free... It's like a 7th link. Like 20% more damage is essentially like a 7th link to the build. Just on Cyclone damage. General's Cry is untouched. Slayer Ascendancy was untouched. One of the things I'll have to do is look at these new Bloodline Ascendancies and see if it's worth like giving up anything from Slayer. Slayer is just really good, right? It's hard to justify dropping 20% coal and movement speed. It's hard to justify the increased AoE and more damage. So, I don't know, like the Bloodline Ascendancies might offer something useful to drop some points, but I'll have to dig through and see. Slayer just offers like a really nice kit for everything you want to do. ASAF, thanks for the follow, much appreciated. But yeah, I haven't been able to play much this week. I've had an extremely long work week. We have a lot going on at my job, but I have been able to get some progress in on this SSF character I made several days ago. So my plan tonight is I'm just going to farm. I need to farm up some boss frags, which is what I've been doing right now. And then I'm going to try to do like my last 2 void stones. And then I'm going to put an update video out probably tomorrow morning before I go to work. Just kind of going over the build, kind of like what I did for last league. I'll just do a deep dive into the build, showcase a little bit of gameplay, and that way people that haven't played the build can kind of see the theory crafting and the thought process behind it, as well as see some footage from 3.26, and also, you know, I'll record like myself doing a T16 on this character, because I think it's good to show people like even in an SSF environment with like no trade or economy, you can like, you know, fully progress the Atlas and do league start stuff. So yeah, Bone Shatter for sure. I've been trying desperately over the last 2 or 3 days to 6-link this staff just to try to get a better weapon, but I've had no luck. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Just tweaking a few things before I get started here on doing some mapping. Okay. So yeah, I think the plan is I'm just going to do a bunch of maps, get some boss frags, and then we'll go from there. So I farmed up 2 sets for Shaper. I'm farming up some Elder sets right now. I'm also about to send. I've been like letting all day. I let my town run all day while I was at work, so I have a bunch of stuff to send on a ship. So we'll send a ship off soon. Considering this for 3.27, I've always ran League Stars. I can pretty much get 2 stones on a 4-link. How's this build performing while rushing maps? Does it have any bottlenecks? Well, this is an SSF character I've made in this Keepers of Flame SSF test private league. And you can go back and watch my live streams from the last few days. But yeah, I mean, I was able to get my first 2 Void Stones no problem. I'm working on farming boss frags now for the last 2. But yeah, this build is really good as a league starter. It's very good at getting your Void Stones and getting some T16 farm strategies going. And I always do like a pre-league SSF test like I'm doing right now, just to show people that you don't need trade or economy to be able to do all this stuff. Bottlenecks on this character is if you want to try to do like T17 Uber Pinnacle bosses and stuff, you have to invest some money into the build for working on its defenses and whatnot, to be able to handle that more challenging content. Also, crafting a really good staff with fizz and attack damage mods can be expensive, but that's like when you're trying to push into the late end game. Those are pretty much bottlenecks, but it's more for non-league start stuff, more like, you know, a few weeks into the league for most people. Yo, decided to try PoE again after 4 years. Searched up at 3 billion a few days ago, and your video was the first to come out. I recognize I leveled up a practice character through campaign and it's doing well. I'm glad to hear it, Niche. That name is very familiar. I used to game with somebody that had a tag, Niche. Appreciate it. I'll probably do a full more. Oh, what's up, dude? It's been a long time. It's crazy. Small world. I appreciate it. I'll probably do a full more campaign runs myself. Yeah, so my plan is over the weekend, I want to really practice the first couple acts. I've been timing the campaign in like 7 hours. That's what I did last week when I made this character. I'd like to actually get my I'd like to get my leveling time to 6 hours or less. It's like a personal goal for me. So I might make a new private league this weekend and just like practice acts 1, 2, and 3 and trying to get like super efficient with my leveling. Soul Eater Bro is gonna be super dangerous here. He just doesn't want to die. Yeah, we may not be able to kill that dude. That's pretty much every league starter build though. You have to sink money into it if you want it to perform. Yeah, John, I mean, that's some builds like scale a lot better than others, but yeah, if you want to do like crazy content, you know, 100% delirium and all that kind of stuff, you usually have to sink money into it. If you're on YouTube, Eduardo, you can just look in the description of the live stream and I have a link to the POV. It's the most updated. I do, yeah. Not as much as I used to, because the last couple of years I was deployed I was like overseas stationed and deployed a lot, so I kind of stopped raiding with them and whatnot. We still play together during like PoE leagues and everything, but I don't like do Final Fantasy anymore. I don't raid WoW anymore. I got back to the States last year, and I play a little bit of retail WoW, but I don't do MMOs seriously anymore like I used to. Ooh, do I not have any life regen on this map? Yeah, I went super nerd a while back and basically did Act 5 runs back to back for weeks and can now get campaign done about 4:30ish. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to practice like my actual leveling time. I didn't drop a portal down at boss. It's always the first couple acts because I end up getting like sidetracked by, you know, vendoring and getting gems and things like that, and I got to get like more muscle memory in how I interact with the vendors and navigate the towns and everything through the first couple acts. But with this build, it's specifically the first 3 acts because once you swap to General's Cry and Cyclone in Act 3, it's pretty much like easy the rest of the campaign. You're just like adding links and, you know, if you get a better piece of gear or something. But like you do a lot of build changes in the first couple acts because we level Sunder, you know, Act 1, 2 into 3 and then swap completely to a different weapon and different gem setup in Act 3 for this. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, man. Glad you're doing well too. Tired after season discovery, yeah. I've been tempted to maybe like do the TBC again because they're doing a new iteration of TBC for the anniversary realms, and I never rated TBC, so I'm thinking like Resto Shaman, and I found like a nice guild on one of the anniversary realms, so I'm thinking like when they do pre-patch for BC, I might level up a Shaman and just, you know, give that a whirl. But PoE has pretty much taken over my life. I prioritize this game over everything else now in my free time. I assume you don't go Cyclone Gem until you get the Blighted Boots? Yep. So we don't go Tumult until we get the Blighted Boots. On SSF, that's like hard. You either have to farm Blight, obviously, or you have to... Man, the Ignite is fucking me here. You either have to go the Blighted Boot... I'm sorry, you either have to go Blight and hope it drops, or you can do like heist farming for the replica. I wanted to try to target farm with heist this past week, but I've been working like 10s and 12s at work, so I just haven't had a lot of time to game this week. So I didn't get to really push this character as much as I wanted to. It's sad, but I just can't with WoW anymore. Yeah. Well, retail WoW is too much of a commitment. Like whenever a new season starts, you have to sink so much time into doing various things to keep your character level power up. So you got to run like constant 10s and maximize your vault and do all this other stuff. But I enjoy retail WoW. I like the gameplay of, you know, retail WoW and everything. But when like a new PoE League comes out and a new season drops for, you know, WoW on retail, it's like I want to play PoE. I don't want to, you know, run keys all week just to maximize my vault and do all this other stuff outside of, you know, doing raids. So it just feels bad.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Cyclone is buff marked. All gem levels get 20% more damage for both Cyclone and Cyclone of Tumult. So just a flat 20% more damage for every gem level to all versions of Cyclone. Spectral Throw is kind of awkward to level with. Is there any alternative that's still decent? You can use Splitting Steel. You can use... pretty much you can do whatever skill you want until you go Sunder at the end of Act 1. I like Spectral Throw myself, simply because like its stat damage is really good. So if you are okay with how awkward it is, its damage is really nice. But you can honestly do whatever you feel like doing. I just recommend Sunder at the end of Act 1 because it's like the best skill I think to level with until we make the Cyclone swap in Act 3. Yeah, so what I recommend, I may not have this in the POB, but is going one-handers until you get past Brutus. I feel like the first couple levels using one-handers feels better, and then you swap to a two-hand axe, so that way you're prepping for the Sunder transition at the end of Act 1. And usually two-hander starts to feel good around level 12. So you basically do two one-handers until like, you know, level 10 to 12, then you swap to a two-hander, you know, because you're getting ready to make the Sunder swap. Yeah, your attack speed will feel better, right? Because it's less time swinging. Around 60% buff for Bone Shatter. I'm weighing the options right now. That's crazy that Bone Shatter got buffed that much. I didn't really look at that. I mean, it was an OG skill. It's still good. It's just Sunder and Volcanic Fissure took over the melee meta for two-hand slam shit. Volcanic was just disgusting as a league starter. 3.26. Yeah, that's nutty. I can see a lot of people playing Bone Shatter this league. I didn't even look at... Honestly, I got off work and I just like perused the patch notes to make sure the build didn't get destroyed. But I honestly didn't look at any of the other changes they did to existing gems. I just like searched Cyclone and prayed that they didn't nerf it, and then I searched General's Cry and prayed that they didn't nerf it, and everything's good. They didn't change Slayer Ascendancy. I also was thinking they were going to get rid of Mark on Hit because they made that an Ascendancy for Assassin. I thought they were going to make that an exclusive thing for Assassins now. But yeah, we still even have Mark on Hit, so I'm not surprised. Did they nerf Trickster or ES in any way? Because that was the other thing I was wondering was where are they going to go after Energy Shield stuff? So the meta will still be ES. Got it. Okay. So it's gonna be another league of everyone leveling. Did they nerf Forbidden Rite? Is like Forbidden Rite of Sacrifice or whatever nerfed? Kind of nerfed some nodes, but not really. Yeah, I can see everyone playing Trickster again then. It's just really powerful to be able to scale your health pool to like 20, 30,000 ES. It's like pretty disgusting. It's a lot of mitigation. And then you can make yourself chaos immune too. So you just get rid of that completely, you know? A light nerf to Trickster. Honestly, if Bone Shatter got that much of a buff, I can see a lot of people starting Bone Shatter. Spell suppression prevent action speed minimum from 108 to 92. So just slight nerfs to their existing stuff. Got it. I think only Energy Shield didn't get nerfed to Trickster builds. It's still going to be super... Yeah, I think Trickster is still going to be the play. I can see a meta in which, as we're talking like week 4 plus into the league, I can see a lot of... I can see like still 25 to 30% of the player base playing some version of ES stacking Trickster with something. What's up, Sana? Happy for Cyclone buff? For sure, Pixie. I am super excited. I'm gonna try to get my last 2 Void Stones tonight and tomorrow on this character, and then I'm gonna be pushing out a build update video sometime tomorrow for the build, kind of like I did last league. Does a 20% buff change the build to more defense, or just take the faster kills? I think we just go for more damage. The thing that differentiates my build from other Cyclone builds is that we go heavy on defense. So maybe because we have more damage, I might go more into defense. Because if you actually look at my tree, with the exception of these 2 clusters for staff defense, and arguably this is also offense because we're scaling critical strike and stuff here. There isn't really damage nodes I take on the tree outside of endurance charge stacking. And this tree is slightly different than my POB because I'm playing SSF, so I've had to make some adjustments. But yeah, we could actually play into more armor stacking. We could also try to go for like something like Prismatic Skin to buff our overall LE resistance. So yeah, but I feel like more damage, I was happy with how the build felt. I think more damage is just going to make it nicer. I think the defenses are in a good place. Nothing got impacted that affects our defenses. They didn't change Gladiator ascendancies, so our Flesh and Flame Jewels stay the same. So my thought process is we just take the free damage. Do I think it's hardcore viable? I leveled a hardcore Cyclone character last league. I got to maps, but I'm a very bad player, so I died somewhere like in yellow to red maps. So in the hands of like an actual decent player, I'm sure you could do all kinds of stuff on hardcore with this build. I don't know if it's hardcore SSF viable. I feel like in hardcore you're going to want to play trade so you can get like certain items that are going to help you with the rounding out of your defense is a lot easier. What do you think about the new Ascendancy? Rage Adrenaline looks pretty good. I'm going to have to deep dive Pepe into the Bloodlines and see what looks good because I was just talking about this. The Slayer package is so nice. Like, I can't argue giving up 20% coal and extra movement and attack speed for any of the new Ascendancies. Like, I feel like you have to still take Headsman, and that's a 4-point investment. You could possibly give up Impact. This helps with, like, you know, some AoE for the build. But I think Impact might be worth giving up for, like, a really nice new Ascendancy. Something with, like, the Chaos or the Rage Adrenaline. Adrenaline could be really nice. I like having the leech because it's just that extra layer of defense, and it's kind of like Slayer. It's an aesthetic to Slayer that, you know, it's like the leech ascendancy. So arguably, I could see myself dropping impact for one of the new Bloodline ascendancies if they're super. If the damage is really nice. I feel like we could get more damage out of one of the new ascendancies. But I feel like you have to keep Headsman, and I feel like you keep Leech. I'm just having fun at Hardcore Elite Mercenaries League. Yeah, I hear you, Rodrigo. You got 3 characters. Yeah, if you want to try it out in Hardcore, I think it'd be fine in Hardcore. I don't know about Hardcore SSF because you really want to be able to pick up a Roomies as soon as possible. This just helps stack the block on this build. And you're going to want to be able to just scale your bases a lot easier than SSF. You know, you want to be able to get the highest armor possible on your bases, and you know. But I think you could. That being said, with the exception of Roomies, I think like it's probably Hardcore SSF viable. I think not having a Roomies is going to feel really bad though. Yeah, I feel like you have to keep Leech, John. I agree. I feel like you have to keep. You got to keep these 6 points. So the question is, do we give up these 2 points for one of the new ascendancies? And I'll have to like look at all the data and maybe play around with it next week to determine, you know, what's worth it and what's not worth it. Constriction is what we want. Yeah, I think like tomorrow while I'm at work, when I have some downtime, I'm going to go over the patch notes in detail and kind of look at all the other stuff that's changing with the league. And if there's any data out on the new ascendancies, I think I'm going to peruse that then. We basically got a 20% more damage buff to all gem levels of Cyclone Young. So it's like, the way I've been looking at it is we basically got an extra support gem. Is the way for Cyclone is what happened. It's 20%, not increased, but 20% more damage at every gem level. So that's the equivalent of like basically having an extra link on our Cyclone. It's like having 7 links now instead of 6. I mean, right now I'm playing with a 5-link Cyclone. And you know, my 6-link General's Cry setup. So imagine 2 more links essentially on this 5-link. So it's pretty good. Pretty good buff to Cyclone. The build already felt great in 3.26, especially when I added in the General's Cry tech. It's going to feel like really good now. Could you explain how does General Cry tech work? Sorry, didn't look at your POV. Yeah, so the way General's Cry works is as long as we have corpses nearby, the General's Cry goes off and it summons corpses. So you see how these clones are summoning around me right now? We use General's Cry with Auto Exertion. Auto Exertion triggers our General's Cry automatically, and this just reserves some mana. And then our clones use Sunder as their ability. And so basically, as long as there's corpses nearby, our clones summon, and then they attack with Sunder. And then when we're not near, like if we're doing a boss and there's no bodies nearby, we use Desecrate just to spawn some corpses. And you need 10 total corpses to have 5 clones. So you spam Desecrate twice if you need to. Did you see those minimum tornado support? I wonder if we could do a Whirlwind type build from D3. Possibly. And the General's Cry damage is roughly like a 60-40 to 50-50 split in terms of how much damage we get. So having the extra 6-link in the build, if you look at my POB, it's roughly like 40 to 50% more damage that we're getting running General's Cry. So it's just a really nice extra layer of offense in the build. Makes our single target damage feel pretty good once we get a decent like weapon going and stuff. Assassin Cyclone could work, possibly. The problem with Assassin is you don't have any defense. It's not like Trickster. The reason I play my build the way I do is I feel like Slayer is just iconic for Cyclone, but also my build is different from mostly everything you'll find on the web because I go heavy on defense and I stack block and I go staffs. Most Cyclone builds you come across are going to use axes or swords, and they go usually the right side of the tree, and they stack frenzy charges. So my whole build is based around like a balance of defense with offense, you know? Because one of the issues I had playing Cyclone a long time ago in this game was that it always felt squishy. So the 20-second TLDR buffs for Cyclone, we got 20% more damage every gem level to all Cyclone skills, doobie. So Cyclone, Cyclone of Tumult, and Val Cyclone all got 20% more damage, not increased, but more damage at every gem level. So it's like having an extra gem link on our Cyclone. It's like having 7 links instead of 6 now. Yeah, I don't do the Ralcash stuff because we use Stampede because I want to play Cyclone of Tumult. And I feel like if you're going to play Cyclone of Tumult, you have to use the Stampede boots to negate the downside of the movement penalty. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think my build is definitely a very good League Start build, and then it can do Endgame and be very fun at doing Endgame. You just have to invest currency into it. There's going to be a lot of builds that scale better for Endgame stuff. That's why they're meta, you know? But you can 100% do all content in the game with my build. I have live streams on my YouTube channel showing that from 3.26. You just have to, depends on how much money you want to invest in the build. Yeah, see, I have no chaos resistance on this character right now, so the poisons really hurt. I'm like negative 20% chaos resistance right now. Anytime I do anything with poison or chaos damage, I get really sketchy on, like sketched out on the playing this character right now. I haven't had good luck getting chaos resistance on this SSF character. Merkley was the first time I played it. Following your guide, got to 50 million DPS with like 100 divine and slapped everything. Yeah, it's, I mean, like I said, when you look at how much currency you're going to sink into other builds, I don't think it's egregious like what you sink into my build to get it to do everything. It's just some people are like, oh, can your build like have 5 divine investment in 1 tap uber bosses? I'm like, nah, it's not that kind of a meta build. So, you know, you're going to have to scale it with money like most other builds in the game. Spent 90% of my money on a weapon and the base crit. Yeah, the weapon is like, I tell people when you're going to upgrade stuff for the build, your primary concern is your weapon. Like if you look at my weapon right now, I've been farming T16s and I have like a 400 PDPS staff, which is pretty terrible. The only reason I haven't upgraded this yet on this character is it's a 6-link. I have a staff here that's like 600 PDPS, but I haven't been able to 6-link it. But like the number 1 thing you want to spend all your money on is your weapon. And then after that, I recommend picking up while you're sinking money into crafting your weapon. The next like big thing is like getting a pair of Stampede if you want to use Cyclone of Tumult, and you want to use Cyclone of Tumult because it's more damage. And then you want to pick up a Roomies. These are super cheap, like Chaos cheap. But yeah, it's usually weapon is your most expensive thing. Then after that, it's going to be like a Progenesis and a Mage Blood if you're trying to do T17s and Uber bosses. That's where almost all your currency is going to go. Everything else, like even the chest is like usually costs like 1/5 of the cost of crafting a staff, or, you know, 1/10 of the cost of getting a Mage Blood. Yeah, I never got Mage Blood or Progenesis, never felt I needed them. Yeah. But you probably picked up a Storm Shroud, right? Like I also recommend like the first couple upgrades you want to sink low level Divine on, and when I say low level Divine, I'm talking like 5 to 15 Divine per purchase. Is like you want to pick up a Storm Shroud so you have Elemental Ailment immunity. You want to get your Blighted Boots. You want to get like those are usually like the cheapest of the purchases outside of stuff that's just ridiculously cheap. Great guide, and looking forward to doing it again. Thanks for putting it out there. Yeah, Storm Shroud was a game changer. Yeah, like Elemental Ailment immunity is so crucial. Like right now I don't have that on this character because, you know, getting a Storm Shroud in SSF. I did T17s without a Mage Blood, Rodrigo. I did basically the thing that got me able to do T17s was having a really good melee weapon. And then for T17s to feel not shitty, I got a Progenesis. And then for T17s to feel really comfy, like super comfy, the Mage Blood. But I was doing T17s with just a really good weapon. I was dying quite frequently because I didn't have a way to deal with large hits. That's what the Progenesis does. It helps us take a large hit. So that I'd say a Progenesis makes T17s feel not shitty, but you can do them once you have a decent weapon. Yeah, Progenesis just makes doing that content feel better because when you take a large hit, it'll stagger it for 4 seconds. And the thing that my build is weak to is like large physical hits because we run an Abyssus, so we have that penalty to our physical damage reduction. You don't have to run an Abyssus on my build, but you lose a shit ton of damage because we scale crit and we're fizz damage, so. So if you're like a really good mechanically technical player and you can just like get, you know, you have got like, you know, eye-hand coordination, you'll probably never have to worry about that kind of stuff. But if you're kind of a shitty player like I am and you run into stuff you shouldn't or do dumb stuff, that's where those items help you make up for human error, essentially. Abyss got nerfed. I don't think it'll be Abyss farming soon. Abyss was pretty OP. I think it was the chest, right? I think like the running Abyss and opening up all the chests, especially with the mastery that opens chests automatically when you use a spell or whatever near him. I'm not surprised that got nerfed. It was pretty OP. I was doing it on my character without the mastery because it was just good div per hour.
Okay, let's go.
Is there ever a world where I go elemental on Cyclone? Yeah, it just wouldn't be my build. I would imagine you'd go right side of the tree for that. Like scaling a lot of elemental damage over fizz damage, like playing a pure fizz damage character is usually the right side of the tree, so it would be a completely different build. Yeah, my build goes heavy on the left side of the tree for stacking block with staffs, but also like, you know, old school fizz and pale scaling with crit. Nope. See? That's me running into the dude exploding. That's just bad. Being a bad player. Now I gotta do the walk of shame because I didn't drop a portal. It's ever... Yeah, everybody has that. Don't I? Oh, I took my portal out. Oopsie. I think I'm close to having my 2 Elder sets now, and then we can essentially do our Shapers and Elders. Yeah, one more map and I'll have 2 sets of each, and then I can farm Elder and Shaper real quick. And then if we're lucky, we'll get perfect frags, and then I can run Uber Elder and get our 3rd Void Stone. That is the plan.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, Jaw, and thanks, Sneaky, for the follows. Much appreciated.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Hey, and thanks, Rodrigo, for the follow. Yeah, I'm really excited, man. 20% more damage at all gem levels. That's actually crazy. I was so nervous when I woke up today because I was like, man, I really hope they don't nerf the build. Like, I was kind of worried General's Cry might get touched in some way or something like that, because it was such a nice addition, adding Jung's tech to the build from Furisha. But, like, it's like everything is perfect, man. Not a single nerf. Just a huge buff. Oh, wow, thanks. Thanks, Val, for the sub. That's crazy. Thank you. I think I'm ready to send out a shipment, so I should probably do that after this map. I'm going to send out a ship before I start farming Elder and Shaper. If I'm lucky, man, maybe I'll be able to 6-link this staff. That would be pretty crazy. Just finish out this SSF character on a high note. Hey Benny, what's up? It's been a minute. What's cracking? Stuck between SRS and Cyclone. SRS is a pretty reliable league starter. I feel like Cyclone's going to be super good. It was a great league starter in 3.26, and it got a huge buff for 3.27. So I would say whatever you feel is you're in the mood for. They're both excellent league starters. The one reason I'm really excited for Cyclone this league, and I'm so glad they buffed it again, this is like 2 leagues in a row out of the last 3 leagues, it's just gotten buffs and buffs, is Breach is going to be really nice to play as Cyclone. Like, spin to win and Breach is going to be so good. Like, this is like the perfect, to me this is like, this and proliferation builds are like the perfect stuff to play in a Breach farming stuff. Yeah, Benny, the POB is not going to really get changed. The only thing I might change in the POB is doing some Bloodline Ascendancy testing, but I'm not going to really make any changes to the POB. Nothing got nerfed, so I don't think I need to adjust. And they haven't changed, like, as far as I know, they're not drastically changing the skill tree either. So we'll see when any updates for that come out. But yeah, basically the 3.26 POB is going to be the play. I think Cyclone is, I mean, minion builds are a lot of fun. I love minion builds. But I think for Breach, I'm going to be very happy playing Cyclone. That helm that came out, I did see that in the video for minions. Looks pretty interesting. Like using the Link skill to buff, like, I don't know, Spectres or Reaper or something. The problem is the helm is a super competitive spot for minion builds. You know, you lose like a pseudo 7 Link and all kinds of other stuff if you sub in a different helm, so... Seeing as the bloodlines need to share points, I don't see it being that viable. Yeah, I've talked about this earlier, Benny, so I feel like 6 of the 8 points you can't give up. I feel like you can't give up Headsman, because I don't think there's anything the Ascendancies, the new Ascendancies are going to offer that's better than 20% coal, as well as 10% increased attack and movement speed. So I don't think you can give this up. And I feel like Leech is a defining thing about Slayer, right? It's a huge defensive layer, so I don't want to give this up. So if I'm going to spend 2 points in a new Ascendancy, it'd probably be dropping Impact. We do lose the AoE, which is a lot of AoE. But there might be something that the new Ascendancies offer that is just more damage, like crazy damage scaling, than these 2 points here. But Slayer is like a perfect package for this build. It's hard to see me changing really anything up with that. Yeah. See, I think most people kind of see it that way, right? That's like, when you look at the points, that's... See, I shouldn't have stood in that slam. That's where just being a brain dead player comes in. I didn't drop a portal boss either. I should be dropping portals. Yeah, I'd have to see something. I'd have to look like at all the new Bloodline Ascendancies and see if there's anything in particular that like really stands out. But I don't know. Someone also brought up a good point that, like, because we get so much more damage now with Cyclone, is it worth dropping a few points on the tree and going more defensive? And that could be something too, like maybe stacking more armor, going into like raising our elemental resistance cap or something. Yeah, see that slam right there got me last time. When does he do the slam? Is it always after a jump, or? I only ever do these guys to get the frags to get my Void Stone, and that's it. I never actually like farm these guys, so really pay attention to what they do. Other than that, I'm going to do Cyclone for the 3rd league in a row, unless Big Ducks cooks up an insane kinetic wand build. The new wand stuff does look pretty crazy, I won't lie. I think I might make a wand character just for fun this coming league too. I'll probably just follow somebody's guide. But I might do some theory crafting on some stuff. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and grab... I guess we'll start with Shaper. Most fun I've had in the game was like 4 leagues ago in KB in my Cyclone build. I appreciate that. I've actually never played Kinetic Blast. It looks like super fun. First character to enter the Shaper's Realm. Let's go. I was hoping to do this a few days ago. I've just had like a really long work week. But I have a really short day tomorrow, so I think I'm going to try to put out my update video overall for 3.27 before work tomorrow. Then I think tomorrow I might actually start a new SSF league to practice leveling going into the weekend. Will be interesting, yeah. I'd like to see if, you know, the cool thing about 3.26 was it added the Shaper Orb, which gave us a different way to craft the staff, which was nice. It would be interesting to see if the tree gives us a more deterministic way to get a good staff. Because crafting the staff is usually one of the big currency sinks on the build and time investments. Needing sunglasses to play it, yeah. A lot of these new bow skills look like they're going to be like that. Like you're going to need to have sunglasses to play it. There's that one new bow skill that puts down all the fire pods, and then as you run close to them, they explode. I feel like that's a sunglasses build for sure. Piety? It's my girl Piety. I don't craft more than the standard stuff as I don't like gambling. I just kill and buy what I need. Yeah. See, standing in a slam, terrible. I didn't jump out quick enough for that. Will the nerf to spell suppression have an impact on us? We don't really use spell suppression on this build because we use armor bases, and we don't go right side of the tree to scale like spell suppression, so I don't think it's going to really impact us. I did try playing around with the idea of essentially going armor evasion bases with spell suppression rolls on them in 3.26, but I feel like it's not necessary. Basically, spell block getting really high helps us out, and then when we do take the hit and spell block misses, that's where like having at that point in the game, if you're going to die to a big spell hit, it's probably going to be like in T17s, and that's where having like a Progenesis really helps stagger a large hit. The problem with block is great until you miss, and then like you have no, like, you know, it doesn't have the damage the way spell suppression does. But once you like have Flame and Flesh, you have like 90% chance to block spells and attacks on this build. So at that point, really what it is when you miss that 10% chance for either an attack or a spell, it's like that's where at that point, if you're dying to a hit, it's probably like you need you're in like, you know, hard content like T17s, Uber bosses, and you need like a Progenesis to help mitigate that kind of stuff. Ooh, let myself get tapped by that. What's up, Andromeda? How's it going? Also, I'm slow to get to the high investment point, so players have left with no items on trade when I finally reach the stage. Yeah. This one's a sucky one because I think he sends in one of those nasty orbs, yeah, right when this ends. So, oh, he went right into minion phase. It's not too bad. Try to stick this in the corner. Yep. We got double shaper here now. Okay. Perfected my currency strat, so getting into that earlier will help a lot. Last league was the first I ever got in league Mage Blood and got to level 100. Yeah, I find that like you improve with every league, for sure. These will be fun to do in
The
town.
Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
Thanks for the mic, sub mic, much appreciated. Let's go to town real quick and send out a shipment actually. Yeah, that's why I set those gloves aside. They give a ton of dust. Like anything that's like a boss item like this. I think this is like 30 to 50k dust. Easy. Yeah, it's like 50k. It's really good. Yeah, anytime you get boss items that are just like 1 chaos trade items, you disenchant those, you get so much dust. Alright, what we're hoping for is we get the other Shaper frag. We're hoping for the other dude here. I did not, Benny. I actually came across a Nameless Seer a few days ago, and they just had it. So I was like, that's fun. I saw on PoE Wiki that there's a theory that they drop from running at Ziri, doing the boss before at Ziri. So I ran a couple of those, but I didn't see anything. And then I just happened to get it from a Nameless Seer, so I was like, oh, that's pretty crazy. The Roomies is really nice for scaling up that block. Yeah, I got super lucky, yeah. I mean, I got super lucky with this 6 link too, so sometimes it's like that. The only thing I don't like right now is, by this point, I like to have a better crafted weapon. My damage is pretty low on my staff right now, but I have considerably less damage than I'd like for right now. I just don't want to give up the 6 link on my staff. We're probably going to notice it when I do Uber Elder or Maven. My damage will probably feel pretty low, but we'll see. What's the best mechanic for doing currency on start? Expedition is pretty reliable bubblegum currency from doing Tujin trades. Blight is actually really good at just overall currency, like running blighted maps. Ritual is a lot of fun, but it's a little bit more gambling with what you get. Yeah, you can do the crafting in SSF, Benny, but it takes a lot of time, right? Because you got to farm up everything yourself. It takes considerably way longer in SSF. Guy's a little annoying because he resets his ES stack. Yeah, Blight is, like, running blighted maps is so good for just, like, overall currency. And it's really chill because you can set up your towers and just, like, watch TV on the side. I did a couple blighted maps before work today. And I was just, like, catching up on some TV shows. Eight expeditions, I always do Blight until I can do Harvest, Delve, Destruction play. Yeah, I think whether I go SSF or I go Trade, and I'm almost certainly going Trade because of Async, I feel like I'm going to be doing Blight. I just have a lot more, it's just more chill. And then if I'm like streaming and I'm taking questions from people, it's a lot easier to focus on answering questions. I should not have stood there. See, I start talking like I did right there, and then I just like space out, stand and shit. Oh, I am, Rosalind. Long time no see. How's it going? How's Essence? Always like that, but it's basically passive and items are easy to sell stock. Essence farming's not bad. The problem with Essence farming is like a lot of the strats do like the stuff where they stack the Essence buffs onto the boss at the end of the map and kill it. And they run like maps with multiple bosses and stuff to split how dangerous that is. I think Essence farming is not bad, but I would probably run it in conjunction with something like doing Ritual or something on the left side of the on the tree. I wouldn't just run Essences by itself as a league start farm strat. I would do it like on the side with maybe Ritual or Blight, even doing Blight. But there is like strategies out there for league start Essence farms. I only die to random crap when I spin or slam into something. Yeah. Yeah, so I feel like Cyclone's nice for me too because, like, you know, I don't have like amazing hand-eye coordination or twitch reflexes, so you are always moving. But you're still in melee, so you have to kind of be careful about where you're placing your character. Like right here, you want to still avoid something like that slam. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Essence strats do it like on really low-level maps. I hate when... That's just bad timing. I hate when he drops a freaking orb like that right when you have to stay in the safety thing. Yeah, a lot of the Essence straps run like on T7 maps, like City Square or stuff like that. So you're doing like lower maps overall. This is gonna suck. I might be able to stand here and be safe. Really careful placement. Yeah, no problem. That was worth doing when Essences were valuable. Now if all the untraders are crafting, it's less valuable. Yeah, I think Essences are okay, but if I was going to choose a farming strat, like what I find the most fun is probably doing blighted maps. They're super chill and relaxing. You get good currency from them. The silver and the gold oils always sell well. The reflective oils sell well. Like, it's just, I think, overall, for me personally, it's more fun.
And so do its most loyal of servants.
Thanks for the sub, Steven. Blight is so much fun. Yeah, I enjoy it. I think that's gonna probably no matter what mode I go, SSF or trade, I'll be going Blight. Probably Blight and Ritual on the left side of the tree. I kind of want to try Delve out with my build. Like, that's the one thing I haven't tested my build on is like doing delving, like, you know, 200 plus delve. So I think that could be fun. I just have never done it, so it's hard to say. Oh, we got the same fragment, so that's a little sad. In my POB, I have a Blight tree in the notes section that I recommend using if you're, especially if you're playing SSF. And essentially, like, I have the Blight tree set right here. Although I'm running a slightly different one than what my POB has, because I've been playing around with speccing into the settlers stuff for better ore generation. So I take some of that, and then I took some ritual on the left side of the tree here, because I like playing ritual. But basically for Blight, you take this here, you get your tower damage here, and then this one in particular is really nice. So this is whenever you complete a Blight for 1 minute afterwards, any monsters you kill on the rest of the map, if they drop a map, it can drop as blighted. So you basically finish the Blight and then you blast as fast as possible to see if you can get some extra blighted maps. And then I just took ritual stuff because I like doing ritual. I was trying to farm an Omen of Connections on this character so I could get an easy 6-link. I did 300 to 400 to get to level 100, as it is a lot safer than mapping. Gotcha, Benny. I've done your build in Delve, it's chill and fun, but the problem is when you get high damage attacks thrown at you from the Delve bosses, can easily chunk majority of health. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if you get super deep green, if you don't have like the high-end layers of defensive I have later in the investment versions of the build, I could see how those Delve bosses would chunk you pretty hard. There is a harvest recipe for converting frags, but I may not have the juice for it right now. Yeah, I need 800 yellow juice, so we might have to do some harvest maps. So I'm going to go ahead and do my Conqueror sets now. We'll do some Elder. Got another Shaper Gloves, so that's another 50k. Disenchant. I had to do some Blight maps when I did 40-40 in Delirium, but wasn't very good at it. I probably was doing bad. So, oh, you're talking about that kind of stuff. Yeah, so if you look at my rings right here, I have 2 crafts on my rings. Your Meteor Towers create Burning Ground for 3 seconds, and your Chilling Freeze Towers, or your Chilling Towers freeze enemies for 0.2 seconds when they're affected by a Chilling Beam. So the strategy is basically you stack Freezing and Chill Towers, Freezing and Meteor Towers, and the beams constantly freeze an enemy in place, so they basically just stick them in place, and then the Meteor Tower puts Burning Ground down on top of them. And that affects even the fire monsters, because it's a different type of damage. So essentially you just stick a shit ton of like Chill Towers and Meteor Towers all around your map, and you put in some Slow Towers and, you know, some Lightning Towers and stuff. But you're basically using these 2 types of towers to freeze enemies in place and burn them down. And then once you set everything up, you just stand there and watch everything die. Yeah, it's super chill. That's why I like Blight a lot, because once you have those enchants on your ring, it makes Blight farming super easy, because you're just like chilling as everything dies around you. It's really nice. Oh, unless you get the jumping goats. Yeah, the jumping goats are pretty cheesy. Yeah, for sure. What are the odds I get a decent Watcher's Eye? You can do Uber bosses on my build, Alex, but it does require quite a bit of divine investment. So it works great as a league starter. It works really good up until T17s, at which point you need a really well-crafted weapon, and then you want to start looking at getting items like a Progenesis and things like that, especially if you want to do like Uber bosses. But it is possible. I have live streams of it on my YouTube channel from 3.26. Off to bed, 4:30 a.m. Yep, see you, Benny. Thanks for stopping in. Ooh. Interesting items here. Frostbite, yuck. An Elder's Exalted Orb is pretty crazy. I'd like to get a Shaper's one. I left a mod open on the staff here so that I could throw a Shaper suffix on here just to kind of YOLO this out for this test. But I still haven't been able to 6-link this thing. It's really sad. Actually, we're going to keep you because you'll be a lot of disenchanting. Alright, let's run another Elder. Yeah, it would be a grind. Like, I've been playing this character in this private league, SSF test situation, and I've been working a lot this week, so I haven't had a lot of time to play, and I was still able to progress my Atlas. I have my 2 Void Stones. I'm working on my other 2 right now, and I'm still using like a super shitty weapon in terms of its damage. So yeah, it's definitely doable even on SSF. It would take a lot longer on SSF because crafting a decent staff on SSF would be painful, but it's it would be doable. Yeah, lazy. I gotta look through all the new stuff for the bloodlines and see. We're talking about like how good Slayer is and how you really don't want to give up at least 6 of the Slayer points on my build. But I could see dropping 2 of the Slayer points for maybe a bloodline ascendancy. It would just have to be like a matter of weighing all the different options and seeing which one's the best. Yeah, basically what we were talking about. I don't know if the boss fight still goes while I'm... Yeah, boss fight still goes. I'll go over my thoughts on it in a second once I kill Elder here. Pull him. I don't know if you can call him. I think you have to actually just kill him. Alright, Sana. Endgame. I'm gonna have to run some Harvest for a bit. It should be in the notes of the live stream video, Calvin, on YouTube. I have the POV there. So my thoughts is you can't give up Headsman and you can't give up Brutal Fervor. So if you're gonna drop 2 points, I feel like you drop Impact for one of the new Ascendancies, but I don't know. We'd have to look at the different options and see when all that info's out. Alright, so I gotta run some Harvest so I can convert these frags. So let's grab some maps. Alright, let's go grab some juice. I think, run some of this. Be neat if there ended up being a bloodline that was good enough to make you want to build Cyclones similarly, but full bloodline. After looking at the 3 release, though, I doubt that'll happen. Slayer just offers such a well-rounded, like, kit for Cyclone that, yeah, it'd be hard to see. We'd have to see all the data. We'd want to see all the data for it, for sure. Let me fix something real quick here. Always forget to bring this up. Alright. I have not done Maven yet, Chaotic. Right now I'm farming some Harvest to swap my frag so I can do Uber Elder, and then I have to do one more Maven Witness invitation to get the Crescent Splinters I need to have a full invitation. So I'm going to do Uber Elder first, hopefully. I don't know if, like, my weapon is such low DPS, I'm hoping I'll have enough damage to do Uber Elder and Maven. It might be worth 5-linking my staff and swapping over to that, but we'll see. I'm gonna do Uber Elder first, and then I'm gonna go do Maven after that. That's the plan. Whether I succeed or not, we'll see. Oh, the mouse size slider? Yeah, I'm gonna be super happy. Yeah, I usually gotta use the YOLO mouse because I lose track of my mouse. And the options that they currently have right now, it's either way too small or way too large. It's like crazy. Currently playing with the large one, but it feels goofy. Yeah, I feel like it's just too large, you know? Yeah, it definitely does take you out of the game. I 100% agree. Ooh. Can't space out with those. I don't have chaos resistance on this character. My chaos resistance is like still negative 23. It's pretty bad. Guys, life regen on a soul eater is pretty shitty. I don't know if we're gonna be able to kill this guy, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about PoE 1. Sometimes you get rares that are like more challenging than an actual boss. It's always kind of fun. Are you playing SSF this league or trade? I haven't followed you before. I don't think I can go SSF, man. Like, they're bringing in the new trade system. I feel like I have to play trade. I always want to play SSF. I should have played it last league, but a lot of people were really, hey Emerson, I think my bot might be down. Give me a second. Yeah, I wanted to play SSF last league, but I think a lot of people wanted to go trade, so I went trade instead. And now with this league, we have async trade, so I feel like I have to play trade, unfortunately. It's my Discord. Oh, my Twitch details is bad, by the way. I'll update my Twitch. I'm updating the bot right now. The most recent POB. That should be updated. And I can fix my Twitch profile real quick too, actually. And I can fix my Twitch profile. Let me kill the echoing though. That's funny. Edit that. Sweet. Alright, Twitch updated, and command should work now. Yeah, I just did the about me section, and there's, yeah, bot's been updated, so it's dropping the latest POB. I'm bad at the management side of this. I'm a big auction house nerd in games, so looking forward to this a lot, combined with Identify All. Oh, it's gonna be so good. The new, like, Identify All without Scrolls of Wisdom is so nice. I like SSF as an after I'm bored with the League project. Yeah, that's true, John. I might, whatever the new meta build is that everyone comes up with, I'm sure streams, I might play something like that in SSF. Or maybe I'll just do my Cyclone in SSF and do a reset. That could be fun, actually. Like, once I do everything on trade, just do a full reset and do SSF. And then just play that out for the rest of the league, because it will probably take me a long time to get what I need. Because when I play trade, usually within 2 weeks I complete everything. Like, I've done T17s, I've done Ubers, I've got all my best crafted gear. I'm usually done within 2 weeks. So maybe then I could make a swap over to SSF. The crafting could be crazy this league with the new tree mechanic with Breach. Like, it might make SSF like super crazy with crafting potential. I'm not usually an experimenter, but I mean there's going to be a lot of cool stuff to try with the weird uniques and bloodlines. Oh yeah, there's going to be so much build diversity with the new ascendancies. Mathil did a, Mathil's done like a Cyclone with Reap, or I'm sorry, Frozen Legion setup. So I imagine that Inquisitor version is, gained inspiration from him, because I'm pretty sure he was the first person I saw to do Cyclone with Frozen Legion. And it looks pretty solid. I like the General's Cry version. I feel like the damage is pretty good. And it's passively generated. It just happens. You don't have to like time anything. You just get the free damage every so often. Want to know what the mystery branch of the tree is? Yeah. It's gonna watch it be something crazy, you know. That Ignite's rough. I don't think I have a form of Ignite immunity right now on this guy, so Ignites are pretty dangerous. Yeah. It's super good when you time it and use it, but I like General's Cry because they're just always spawning, you're always getting the free damage. You can change what skill the clones use. Like, on trade I'll be using Ground Slam over Sunder, it just has better AoE, the alt version of it, and damage. I think I skipped that harvest up there, which is the whole reason we're doing this. Is Sunder just the best for option for generals? Yeah, Ground Slam, I think it's Ground Slam of Earth Shaking. I like it because it has a really nice, like, almost 200-degree angle on its arc to get really good screen coverage, and the damage is really nice. The Sunder damage isn't bad, it's really good, but it gives you less clear, and I feel like when I'm mapping, the Ground Slam just gives, like, what I want from the General's Cry is that kind of, like, assistance with the clear. And I feel like the Ground Slam one does a better version of that. Yeah, we'll have to see about pedals in this league. They're fun. I didn't really have too much of a problem with the pedal mechanic. I wish there was a better way of seeing, like, I feel like tracking how much you have and then seeing its benefits feel kind of not well done on the UI. But, yeah. Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. I don't think I tried out Tectonic Slam. I think I don't think I used it because it scales LE damage, right? And we're a pure Fizz DPS build. So that's why I was sticking to Sunder and Ground Slam. I think if they didn't need to be in range of mobs and you could just use them and have it affect the closest stuff to you, then it'd be a little bit better. Yeah, there's definitely some kind of jankiness with the pedals. For me, the worst part of it is, like, I have to look down at the bottom right of my screen to see how many I have, and it, I don't know, it just feels a little janky, and then when I activate it, I don't really, like when I do the Headhunter one, I don't know, it just feels a little janky. It definitely needs, I think, some time to cook a bit. But it's not bad overall, in my opinion. You just spam the button. That's kind of honestly what I do too. Like, I kill a few packs and then I just spam the button and see what happens. I like pretty much actually do the same thing. 3.27 is next weekend, Devil. So like a week. It's a week from tomorrow. I'm just doing testing right now. I always level an SSF private league character before the new league launch, just so people can see how the build looks in a restricted environment as a fresh character. So no trade, no economy, but going through, you know, a league start scenario of progressing your Atlas and, you know, that kind of stuff. Cyclone got 20% more damage for every gem level on every version of a Cyclone. So Val Cyclone, Cyclone of Tumult, Cyclone itself got a massive buff, 20% more damage at all gem levels. So pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, we got Soul Eater Goat. Oh, I think Slayer's still the play for sure. I think Champion could be good once you have all the uniques and you have like a whole bunch of other stuff like later on. But definitely as a League Star character, you 100% want to play Slayer. Yeah. Feel bad for people that played Champion in 3.26 as a League start. Like it was doable, but I think like they definitely had a lesser experience. Where did this guy go? There he is. Well, you do bloodlines on all ascendancies, but there might be some crazy interaction between a bloodline and another ascendancy that makes Cyclone better on a different like class, even. But I don't know. I don't think so. I think Slayer's still the play. I gotta look through the data though and see. Yeah, the Bone Shatter buff sounds pretty insane actually. 60% more damage is pretty crazy. I definitely see a world in which a lot of melee enjoyers are playing Bone Shatter as a League starter. Definitely Quinn. I could see Quinn playing Bone Shatter again. That used to be his jam. Need to finish the Pokemon game by next week then? Yeah. Aka's trying to get Complex Trauma to get the same buff. Bersium mobs can be pretty OP. Oh, we got the unique, dude, that's why. So I recommend dropping Resolute Technique as soon as possible. I actually now do it before I finish the campaign or shortly into maps. My POB doesn't like show you doing a crit version to like level 90, but honestly you can I've been doing it right before I finish the campaign. But basically, when you go crit, you just want to have your hit chance capped. So the biggest way to assist with this is you run precision for hit chance and crit. And you run this cluster right here. So I'm running Eagle Eye with the 500 accuracy rating, -2 per level. So this cluster right here, and having precision as an aura that you run, should be enough for you to drop Resolute Technique. And then you want to start going into like these crit nodes here on the staff. You want to take this crit cluster right here. And then once you get like a decent accuracy roll, like if you look at my my gloves right here have 580 accuracy and my ring has another 200, you can actually drop precision as an aura. And you can see my hit chance is like 100%, 97 on evade mods. But basically you want your hit to be as close to cap as possible before you go crit. So you can use precision aura and some passives on the tree early on to help with that. Usually by the time I'm finishing up Act 10, going into maps, I have the points on the tree ready to be able to do that and make the swap. And then I just start putting all my points into crit stuff at that point on the tree. Warcry doesn't touch in this build, right? What do you mean Warcry doesn't touch in this build? We're using a Warcry. We're using General's Cry. But it's being auto-exerted with this gem here, the support, so we don't actually manually press it, if that's what you mean. Will I need to update my build before launch, or will the existing one be what you are running? Right now, I don't really plan on changing my POB too much, so the one that you see linked in the description of the live stream on YouTube, or right here, should be fine. I'm actually going to do an update video, probably have it out by tomorrow, and I'll be going over the POB and the trees. I might make a tree in there that's like in the 80s for a really early crit swap, like maybe level 80 or something. Because I think one of the problems in 3.26 is a lot of people ran Resolute Technique too long, and you should really only do that through the campaign. Oh, it still works. Yeah. The Warcry still works in 3.26, so we'll still be using it. Yeah, Scrolls of Wisdom. I'm so happy. I feel like every league now they're just adding these really nice quality of life updates that are really pushing the game into an amazing place. A large part of that is the stuff they're trying in PoE 2 that they're then incorporating into PoE 1. So, super good. Alright, we need another 600 yellow juice, and then I can swap my two. I can swap these two fragments so we have a full set. I'm almost certainly gonna go trade, yeah. Simply because they have the new asynchronous trade, which is gonna be super nice. I feel like having played PoE for like 10 years now, I gotta play the new league with the OP trade system, you know? It's gonna be so good. I feel like it's gonna have a huge impact on the economy, and then we're gonna see a lot more supply than we normally do. Not having to trade with people in person and having items always up for sale, whether people are online or not, is gonna flood the market with items. It's gonna be so good. Yeah, the build got some solid buffs. There's actually not a single nerf I saw to the build, and we just got the flat, massive 20% more damage, which essentially I've been telling people that's like having an extra gem support on our Cyclone setup. So it's pretty good. Freaking Soul Eaters, dude. Yeah, they did Cyclone, Cyclone of Tumult, and Val Cyclone. I don't really mess with Val Cyclone too much. It's fun when you do group play for like sucking up mobs. Kind of acts like a support in a way. But it's so good. It's gonna make just everything feel really nice across the board. They nerfed some map mods too, so it's really good on the first character. I gotta actually dig through all the patch notes and see like what they've changed. All I did was look to see if the build got nerfed. So I looked up Cyclone and like General's Cry and Slayer and stuff, and I saw that we dodged all the nerfs, so only got a buff basically, which is super nice. Let's go do our harvest. Extra damage is not OP on rare monsters anymore. Yeah, I'll have to see like what changes they did to that. Oof. Yeah, I think the Eldritch mods are making me a little rippy here. Oh, that's funny. Used up. I must have entered my town portals, used them all up. I must have stuck them in my stash, actually, now that I think about it. So, this could suck. Alright, cool. Alright, another 400 juice. Go, man. Crazy.
clock's ticking. Stay, go,
Go boss, but I feel like I missed the harvest somewhere. Huh. There it is. Temporal bubble. Alright, I think we need one more map because we're going to be just shy of 1600 on juice. Yeah, just a little bit short. I haven't looked into the new Bloodline ascendancies, so Yeah, Val Cyclone is like, I think, fun. It's worth using, but eventually, like, personally, I would say go Cyclone of Tumult with the boots. But there might be an interesting interaction between something like Val Cyclone, but in the new Bloodline Ascendancies, I just have to dig into it. I really didn't look at the patch notes outside of making sure the build didn't get nerfed. And I don't know if all the Bloodline Ascendancy info is in the patch notes or if that's going to be revealed over the next week or so. Just need 60 yellow juice. Come on, guys. There's some. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna go convert my frags real quick, and then we'll give Uber Elder a shot. Only thing I'm a little worried about is my staff's damage. Like, Fizz damage is pretty low right now, but we'll see how it goes. Wait, it costs 1600 juice? Oh my gosh! Did I look at the wrong frag recipe? I probably did. Oh, it's because I have 2 in there. Ooh, that's not good. We don't want to convert both of them. There we go. Alright. Uber Elder. Oh my gosh, I got Giga Blasted right off the bat. Alright. Just trying to wait for that Elder beam or whatever, but whatever. Bro, come on. There it is. Alright, third voice down. I was a little worried because the damage on my staff is pretty low, but we still got it done. Got another Elder's Exalted Orb. It's crazy. Alright. Alright, so I need one more Splinter to do Maven. So let's go ahead and be on Destructive Play. Let's go do some maps now. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to Maven. That's why I do Maven last. And the reason I don't like Maven is the degen. It feels really bad on this build. So like when we get the degen, especially in the last phase, it's you know, not a good time. If I had a better weapon, obviously I'd be a little bit more comfortable going into it. But my damage is going to be, I feel like, a little low on Maven, but we'll see. My SSF luck has been a little not lucky this character run. Let's open the stuff. Okay. Two sensitized maps. Let's go. And a T-17. I'm gonna convert all these jewelers real quick. We'll get like 20 fusings and Prage. Never lucky. I just did some random harvest crafting to get a decent stuff on here, so just rolling fizz on harvest. But I have a whole crafting video on my YouTube channel for like making a really good currency investment staff. But typically I just roll fizz with harvest crafting while I'm going through Atlas progression, and you can get something decent like this. Trouble I'm having right now is just 6 linking it, which is unfortunate, but When you're doing destructive play, you actually don't want to do the boss right away, because the more of the map you clear, the more mini bosses that spawn. So I'm gonna clear the rest of the map first. I have a loot filter I made. I also have a video on my YouTube channel that has a source to the filter sound files. Kind of demos it off.
Well, we better but you'll already be dead. What'll it be then? More gems for me then.
Yeah, no problem. If you do the filter command, and should give you a link to the video. Yeah, that's that links you to my Google Drive where all the files are. But I have a video on my YouTube channel that also kind of shows off the filter. It would be a non-armor based, my first 6-link chest that I've seen in a week. And it's non-armor. It's evasion energy shield. Ain't that a fucking crime? I guess I'll get fusings from it, so there's that. That makes me so sad. Hate to see it. Ooh. That chaos damage hits me so hard. Got no resistance. They didn't nerf whetstones, they made them better. They now are based off of the level, not the rarity of the item. So if it's a low level item, it'll quality it up to 20% like instantly. If it's a higher level, it takes more. So it's actually a lot better for leveling in low level gear. So like the same works for maps now, for chisels. So I think it's like, well, we can test this real quick. I can demonstrate it. So on a white map, if you use a chisel, it goes right to 20%. And then yellow maps, I think it's 2 chisels to get 20%. And then it's the standard 4 chisels on a red map. So they changed the way currency works with quality on everything. Yeah, the higher the item level now, the more whetstones you have to sink into it. But like when you're leveling, for instance, and you're level 15 and you use a whetstone on an axe or a staff, it'll go 1 to 18% or like 1 to 20%. So they made that change, so it's a little bit more investment on higher level items, but by then you have more whetstones versus, you know, if you only have 1 whetstone in Act 2, you can pretty much guarantee like full quality on your item. Yeah, I do think that the rarity is off. It feels like you don't get that many whetstones early on in the campaign, or even like in the last couple acts. But you get a lot of them once you're in maps, so yeah, the rarity does feel off, especially like if it's your first character. Yeah. That's why I typically look at the mercenaries. The mercenaries a lot of times have the have chisels in their stash, so I'll fight them just for their stash. I'm not using mercenaries right now though for support because I'm simulating not having a mercenary in 3.27, so that's why I don't have a mercenary character with me with like an aura or something.
I am building a round.
Cemetery, nice.
Just the useless piece of shit.
Ooh, spicy. Yeah, they're doing like double slams, the twin terror shit. Oh yeah, he's got the, you know what? Yeah, he's got the constant consecrated ground. That shit sucks. Maven buff. blocks attacks.
You want to do this? Clock's ticking.
They don't drop corpses from a general scry. Interesting. Ooh. A putrid cloister. That's pretty dope. Okay, we need at least 3 more, maybe less depending on our RNG. Oh, my ship is here. Let's go check on ship. Two divines. Crazy. And a sacred orb. Need a tattoo stash.
Local.
700 armor is pretty crazy, but stats are shit.
Engineer report.
Alright, one more. Alright, let's go to the invitation real quick. Oh, deodorant. Deserve that, I just stood there. There's that splinter. Or do this. Let's just YOLO send one more set of fusings. Never lucky. Oh, all right. Here it goes. The thing I hate about Maven with General's Cry is she teleports around a lot, so like you do lose like a little bit of uptime sometimes with your General's Cry. Oh, I put those in the wrong place. That's unfortunate. That's a little unfortunate that they're in the arena like that. I don't like that placement. I think he chained me in there. I was like, how did I get teleported over there? He chained me. Really, the only phase I'm worried about is the last one with the degen. So my damage is definitely pretty low right now, but my staff is not like, you know, great. So that was really my only worry going into Maven was like, would I have the damage with my staff only being like 450p DPS? Because especially like on trade, you can make a much better staff well before you get to this point. You can easily have like a 600p DPS staff and it wouldn't even cost you like a divine. But, you know, SSF life can be a bit SSF sometimes, so... Alright, so... yeah, so degen here is what's really going to make our life difficult. I suck at memory game while doing this. Yeah, I've already fucked it up. I think we go this way, back this way. I don't know how I pulled that up, but I already got the degen, so this is rip. She does her meteor here too. Oh yeah, I hit the degen. it this way? Probably dead here. It's okay. I suck at memory phase during degen. Damn. I'm not sure. I think it's... I like made it, but I died. Okay. Just gotta get her close to Cole. He's almost there. Gotta get through. If I can successfully do this memory phase without goofing things up. Oh, there's no way. I've already forgotten what it was. I think it's... yeah, no. We're gonna die here. I just can't do memory phase. Rip. Alright. Sloppy as fuck. Not a lot of damage because of my staff, but... fourth Void Stone down. So even an SSF with, like, not the best gear. It's doable. It's doable. Yeah, memory game is, I don't know, I'm not good at it. It's just not my thing. I think I'm gonna take a break for 5 minutes, grab something to drink, and then I'm gonna probably do a little bit of Blight for a bit, and then I think I'll be done for this evening. I gotta start getting the video ready for the drop tomorrow for the update. But I'll be back in 5. I'm gonna do some, I think I'm gonna just run some chill blighted maps. I got like a couple 14s we can do here, and I can kind of show you what I was talking about with how to do blighted maps with the ring strategy. So we got a 15, that's nice. So I'll do a few of these. I'll be back in 5. You're back. Alright, so Blight strategy. Typically what I do, you have two types of Blight maps. You have the Blighted maps, and you have Blight Ravage maps, which are the Uber version of these. These are just regular Blighted maps. You can only run 3 oils on them. On Blight Ravage, you can anoint them with 9. So what I do is I just use all Amber, so my towers are super cheap on these regular Blighted maps. And then I just roll an Alk on it. And what I want to avoid is anything that causes monsters to avoid any kind of stuns or slows, which this doesn't have. So this is great. So then we just run this map. And the way it works with the annoyance on your rings, like I said, we're going to use Meteor Towers and Chilling Towers, and I'll show you how that works. So we activate it, I kind of scope out the area a little bit nearby, kind of unfog the map. Blight, it'll always start in one direction, but eventually it'll be like all directions going to your pump. So what you want to do is kind of look for a point where lanes converge, like right here. And I'm going to put a freezing tower. I'm going to put a slow tower. And then I'm going to put a empower tower here. I'm going to buff this up. I'm going to buff this into a full slow. And then right in the back here, I'm going to put my meteor tower. So this will freeze anything that gets close. And then my meteor tower is going to just drop the burning ground right here. So likewise right here, I'll put another freezing tower and I'll put another flame meteor tower. And then that should be good for now. And if you set this stuff up right, you just kind of stay up with the lanes, new lanes emerging and whatnot, and it'll do all the work for you pretty much, and you can kind of sit back. That's why it's a really chill way to, you know. I'll throw like a arcane or like a arc tower in here. Which upgrades am I taking? So on the, you're going for meteor towers with the flame. You don't upgrade your empower or chill towers all the way. You just upgrade them to where you have the option to go one way or the other, but you never fully upgrade these. And then I do arc towers for lightning. You can see my freezing tower is freezing the mobs right here, and then my meteor tower is dropping that burning ground right there. I'm going to go back up to the pump because as you can see there's lanes that are going to come this way now. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to put an empower tower, a freeze, and a flame right here. I'll turn this into a meteor tower. You can see how I upgraded my empower, but I'm going to stop here. I'm going to upgrade my freeze and stop there. And then I'm going to kind of just come back down here and make sure that I'm keeping up with everything. So I'm going to put another meteor tower here. And then I'm going to put like a minion tower here just for some variety. And then I'm going to put another chill tower here. So that area is pretty well covered now. Over here, I'm going to check in over here. I'm going to put a slow tower right here. So on the final upgrade on this one, I do temporal tower. Persistently slows monsters and it creates an area that does that. And then I'm going to put like another flame tower here for the meteors. And then I think right here I'll put an arc tower just from a different damage type. You can see I come back down here, everything's just dying. Got that chaos damage from the map mods, so you gotta be careful. You know what you roll. I'm gonna put some minions here just for some variety. I like the flying minions when I fully upgrade the minion ones because they shoot the projectiles from a distance. So I do like the flying minions when I do the upgrade on minions. That's pretty much it. Put another chill tower here. Put another flame tower here. And at this point, I just kind of start stacking meteor towers because meteor towers with the burning ground are doing like all the damage for you. Yeah, the key is to get the annoyance on your ring to make this strategy work. Now this lane's opened up right here, so same thing in power, flame, chill. Upgrade this all the way to meteor. And then we're going to upgrade the chill and the empowers to like this point, and then we stop. I'll put a slow right here. You can see, because we used amber oils when we anointed the blighted map, our tower upgrades cost like nothing, so I can put so many towers up very quickly. And then yeah, at this point I can just kind of sit here and do nothing for the rest of the map. Like everything is gonna die to my tower strategy, pretty much. Yeah, I'll put another Cheel here. Flame, flame, flame. Stack flame towers. So I have some mobs making it through right here. Okay. So my pump got destroyed. So I did something wrong up here where I let mobs through. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I guess I didn't have enough coverage up here. I'll try it again. That's basically the strategy. Let me try this and pay a bit more attention to what I'm doing here. Alright. We'll stick the portal back in the corner here. Okay. This is actually a really nice one because we're gonna have a lot of congested traffic here, and I can just stack like a ton of shit that's gonna essentially create like just a lane of death that things shouldn't be able to get through. It should be pretty good there.
Put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots.
So right here, it's a little tricky. I shouldn't have to worry about this lane down there at all, so it's just gonna be like over here. Probably been accessed a million times, but when you think about this build for League Start, I think my build is a great League Starter. I highly recommend it if you're looking for something fun to play on League Start. I made this character in the last week, and I'm playing in a private league right now, testing out SSF, and I've had no issue being able to progress my Atlas and do different things in T16s. Need more like pumps right here would be nice. Oh, there's a boss that spawned in here somewhere, and he's causing that shit to spawn on me. Yeah, I think the boss is over there. Yeah, no problem, Brandon. I've got tons of video on my YouTube channel showcasing the build. I'm live streaming this SSF pre-league test right now as an example, so. You know, lots of stuff out there to look at from me. If you want to see, I've got videos from 3.26 showcasing like endgame content, T17s, Ubers, T16.5s, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, the Blight's finishing up now. So that's basically the strategy. You just stack freeze and chill towers and with the meteor towers and yeah, easy peasy. The highest POB DPS is like 60 to 70 million, but in game, realistically, on a character, I think I'm at like 50 mil or something. I think I'm like around 50 million damage. You only need about like 10 to 15 million damage to comfortably do like everything up to T17s and Ubers, and then at that point, the more damage you have, the better. I think my 3.26 character is sitting at around 50 million damage right now. Can't wait till the Blight changes in 3.27 where you click one and it opens up everything. Yeah, it's gonna be so good. This is what we've had to live with up until now. You can see like Blight's really good for just getting like bubblegum currency in this game. You get a lot of varieties of stuff. I don't care about that. Actually, I want to see what the fracture is. Nah, we're good. That portal right there, it's crazy having that. Before you have your ring annoyance, you just do regular blighted maps, or you just do like regular blights and maps, and you have to kind of like be a little bit more like killing the mobs and stuff. But the annoyance aren't super crazy to get on your rings. I think one of them does require like an opalescent. But doing like one or two of these Blight Ravage maps, if you can get them done, you pretty much will have the oils you need to do the ring annoyance. It's not too hard. Alright, so I gotta focus, it looks like, on the top and top side of what's going on here. Oh, this is good. Okay. It's there. You're there. And yeah, we'll pretty much just sit back and relax now. Yeah, so it's basically, as you can see, when you got it all going, like, Blight's just a very chill way to get a lot of crap. Pretty good. Especially if you need bubblegum currency. And you get so much oils from doing this that you'll never need oils. Like, if you're playing SSF, you do like a few days of Blights and you'll have like more oils than you ever use in a league. Alright, so we have a Blight Ravage map that drops, so I'll do that one next. Blight Ravage maps are really dangerous, and you really don't want to fight the mobs, you want the towers to do the work for you. But the monsters are super scary in these Blight Ravage maps. But you get better rewards, so, and you can run 9 oils instead of 3. We'll do one of those next. These stacked decks are gonna, I think, be good money in the next league because they brought the quality of life for opening stacked decks. Usually they go for like 1 chaos a deck. I could see them being 2 to 3 chaos a deck easily in the next league, so I think they're going to be a good way to make money. Usually Heist is pretty good for farming stacked decks, but you get quite a few from Blight. Yep, easier to trade. Okay, so we're going to do one of these. So you can see the Blight Ravage maps have a slightly different graphic than the regular Blight maps. They got kind of this like yellow stuff going on. Like I said, these are super dangerous maps, but what you can do is, we'll do the T16 one. So you run 3 amber oils, that gives you the 75% reduced costs. And because I'm trying to get the unique boots, I want to up the quantity. So a silver oil is going to give us 80% increased quantity of items found in the area. A gold oil gives us 30% chance for Blight chests to contain additional ward. I'll save that. Opalescent varieties of items are lucky. So I'll use 2 of those. We can run 3 more oils, I think. Red gives us more variety. Black gives us increased pack size. Additional reward chests are pretty nice, so we'll run that, I think. So you can run up to 9 oils on these. I believe quantity affects the chance at like the Blight uniques dropping. So once again, we don't want any mods on this that are going to slow down. We don't want any mods that are going to slow down or prevent stunning mobs. I also don't want like can't regen life. That's pretty terrible in case I got to do something. This is actually fine. And then just to kind of buff, I'm going to throw in some of these to buff up the quantity. So we should have pretty high quantity drop. Yeah, 157%. Just gonna scout out the area. And we really want the towers to do the work here because these mobs are gonna be super tanky and super dangerous. There's a good chance you can brick these maps pretty easily if you get bad lane placement. So we'll see how lucky we get because this could go south really quick, but we should be okay. So this is a pretty good cross section right here. And then this is another really nice one right here. Put another freeze here. And then I think we'll start with this and see how it goes. Like I said, these mobs can be pretty tanky, pretty dangerous. I'm gonna put a lightning here and a minions here, and then we're gonna put a slow right here. Put a freeze right here. I'm gonna put another meteor tower here. Alright, so you can see we got stuff forming up here. We want to try to find good convergence points to maximize our towers. So something like maybe this, the flame here, then another freeze here, and a flame here. Just the initial setup, you want to kind of be really on top of what's going on. So I can see right here there's a tower. Okay, so we're going to put a freeze here and a flame here. There's some mobs making it through here, so I'm going to put some more flame towers. And I think I'll put a minions right here. This should blast those flame guys. Alright, we have lots of nice... Oh, this is perfect. So we can come here and buff this. The flame here. We can put a lightning here. Put minions here. Why'd you go for slow instead of buff on the first section? I can't remember, to be honest. Could have sworn I did a slow and a buff on the first section, but I might have done something different. You can see a lot of what we're doing is tower management versus like actual, yeah, see, the bosses in particular have some pretty strong... It doesn't help that my chaos resistance isn't, it's like under right now. I think we're in a good spot though. I think we're gonna be okay here. Why'd you do a gear swap for tankier stuff for these? Would you do a gear swap for tankier stuff for these? Nah, because like the way Blight works is as long as you set up your towers properly, and you stay far away from the bosses and stuff, you should be fine. The bosses are really the only scary monsters in here. And as long as you set your towers up good in advance, you can see like all the bosses are being immobilized right now by my freeze towers and stuff. And then slowly the flame towers, the meteor towers, and the minions are chunking them. So as long as you set your stuff up good at the beginning, you don't really have to get too involved with what's going on. Yeah, we should be good. Just putting up extra towers. And now we just kind of wait for everything to die. Sometimes when I see bosses frozen like this, I'll just put some extra towers up to kind of finish them off real quick. Because some of these bosses can take a while to die. Like, they will die to the burning ground over time, but it can take a minute. They just have a lot of HP. And it's usually always going to be a few bosses up at the end that just are taking forever to die. We do have that 20% coal slayer, so sometimes I come in and just hopefully coal them down. Looks like there's 2 left right down here. Alright, that's a Blight Ravage map. You can see you get a lot more rewards from the Blight Ravaged. Yeah, no problem. It's a really fun, super chill mechanic to do, especially like you can get this going like right when you start progressing your Atlas. This is a strat you can get going right away. I didn't mean to log out. I believe so. I'd have to pull up the POV real quick. I'm using a slightly different tree than what's in the notes, but yes, the third tree is like a Blight farm tree. Time to go run a Blight coil build. Alright, I think that's going to be it for tonight. I'm going to start working on my update video. That will be on the YouTube channel tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, I think I threw essences on it because it was like SSF oriented, so I probably, unlike the one I'm currently using, I'm using ritual and settler stuff on here. It's probably more essences. I would probably recommend the essence one. If like you're trying to get essences for crafting your staff, which is probably why I designed it that way, because you need a lot of deafening essences of contempt to make the weapon on this build. But I did ritual on this playthrough because I just wanted to have fun. I wasn't planning to craft a good weapon, so I didn't need essences. But yeah, we got our 4 void stones. We finished up our void stones tonight, so we're pretty much done with this run as far as testing goes, and I'm going to work on the update video. But yeah, very happy the build didn't get nerfed. I'll probably be doing some test character leveling this weekend just to get more efficient through the first couple acts. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. Nice hearing from you, dude. It's been a while. And I'll catch you all later.